Hello and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write a game automation app called Automat. I was actually using it recently to play some Noita, and I noticed a couple deficiencies. I mean, there are plenty of deficiencies, but some of them are, I think, fairly easy to fix. So today I want to do a break from our previous work on tray minimization. So Automat now shows a system tray icon. You cannot see my status bar, but believe me, it's there. So instead, we are going to add some tiny changes that will allow me to play Noita. Noita is a very hard, it's a reflex-based game. It's not only a reflex-based game, it's also a game where you have to learn the patterns of your enemies. It's a little bit... it's a roguelike. It's a proper roguelike. So when you die, you actually don't get any persistent progress in this game. I mean, there are some unlocks that you get after you die, but they are very rare. Just a couple of spells which are hidden by default. Anyway, I will fire up Noita and also fire up Z. So one thing that I noticed was that Automat was actually crashing when invoking hotkeys. I started investigating this, what was causing the crash. I initially thought that, hey, there is a lag. And there was a hotkey set to space. Yeah, when I activate this and I press space, it was actually causing... oh yeah, you can see this in Z. When I press space, you can see that the window temporarily deactivates. I don't know why this happens, but this causes a one-frame glitch in Noita. Like, I basically, after hotkey, for this to work, I need to insert a tiny timer that has something like 20 milliseconds, and only then I can actually do stuff in actually send input. Because those first 20 milliseconds, they don't do anything. So yeah, you can see that space is now blocked. And I think this is the first thing I should probably fix. And I have no idea what could be causing this issue. And there was one more issue which I already fixed, and it was a big one. It was such a big issue that I don't even know how this thing even worked. It was that when we received this event, yeah, here we have been calling, we have been casting this event into a wrong type. No idea why. We just messed it up. Actually, I can just call EV here, I think. Am I doing anything with this EV? Nah. Or maybe not. Maybe I will keep it like that, because I need to select proper subtype. By casting this to proper key press or key release event. I think they are aliases, they are basically the same. Or maybe... will this work? Yeah, it works, doesn't matter. Okay, so what could be happening here? one thing I could do to see what's going on is to just do nothing here. So whenever a hotkey activates, I will not invoke any actual automat code. Stop this. And I want to see if the glitch still happens. So I'm adding a space key. I can activate this. It's not showing any light, but this is because I added this break here. Okay, and it's still blinking. Actually, when I hold the space, interesting. When I hold the space, I think the hotkey temporarily redirects events to Automat. Let me check something. If I remove this break, if I'm correct, then we will get way more events here. Let's hook up space, and now I'm holding space, and the arrows, yes. So when I'm holding space, now Automat gets events rather than main game. So this is what was causing the problem. So the hotkeys on Linux, they allow you to temporarily override the foreground application. It's kind of crazy. Let me dump this. Press space, right, down, and release space. Yep. So as long as I'm holding the hotkey, everything is delivered to Automat. Okay, I'm getting repeated events. Okay, so this is what I basically need to fix. I want to stop stealing the focus. Although it's a kind of cool property to be able to sniff events. You know, when you hold the key, Automat gets all events. It's kind of nice. So this hotkey acts more like a mode switch. Let me try one more thing. I want to see what happens if I, for example, set this to control space and release control, or release space. So this issue probably wouldn't happen on Windows. So now I can press space, but control space causes Automat to activate. When I release control, I can still move this. Okay. So control is a modifier, so I can release the modifier after I press this key. This is such a strange mechanism. And see, I have Automat kind of in the background. When I press Control Space, the Z deactivated. Now I can release Control, and when I do stuff, it's all sent to Automat. Huh. Let's see how we register hotkeys. Maybe there is some documentation about this. So key grabs are another mechanism, totally different from hotkeys. So let's ignore this. Okay, keylogging. This is what we want. Inside keyboard, there should be a function to start keylogging. Okay, keylogging is something different. It's actually about keylogging. How does hotkey work? Hey, it's actually using request key grab. This is what we are calling. Okay, it says that it's ignoring modifier keys. Maybe I should not use those graphs. I think it's a bunch of those. Okay, Control, Shift, mask 1 and mask 4. See that mask 2, 3, 5, and so. I need to grab for all of them. Okay. So maybe hotkey shouldn't use key grabs. Maybe it should rely on key logging. Let me see.
Just Oit 406 says.
Hello?
Hey. Maybe there is okay. There's official documentation for this. It's ancient. Oh. Does it say anything about raw input? It's the same ancient document.
I admire you that you don't use AI.
I do use AI a lot. It's just in a big project, it's hard to prompt it so that it doesn't mess anything. But one thing that works nicely is when I'm starting a new object, it's fairly good at kind of sketching the rough template of the new kind of class. There is always a lot of boilerplate, and asking AI it's a relatively good trade-off in terms of time. Maybe I need to say X input too. Row events are sent regardless of grab state. Nice, nice.
Yeah, makes sense. What's your favorite AI B2Bu? Like, which one do you use often? Claude, GPT, or Gemini?
I don't use GPT. I actually haven't used it in a long time, so I don't even know what are the strengths of GPT. So for math problems, if I need to figure out some formula, then I'm using DeepSeek. DeepSeek is very good at math. I haven't actually compared it with others, but by looking at the benchmarks that I've read online, it seems like they are the best. Claude for coding, Claude has this Claude Code tool, which is amazing. It's my favorite coding tool. And it's nicely integrated with most text editors. So you can actually ask it to open a Claude Code threads and to ask to do stuff here. And for everything else, Gemini. Gemini is good for this high level. It's a good strategist. It has very good human level thinking. I don't use it for programming, but it seems it's probably good for programming. I don't use it for math, even though it's also probably pretty decent for math. I mostly use it for high-level, vague problems, for brainstorming, let's say.
Oh yeah, DeepSeek is goated also when it first appeared, and people went crazy about it.
Yeah. The advantage of DeepSeek is you can kind of run this locally. There are a lot of... They are called those D-steals. This is when they take DeepSeek, they generate some conversations with DeepSeek, and then use them to fine-tune other models, much smaller models. And then those smaller models, they start to behave like DeepSeek. And they are small enough that you can run them locally. So you don't really need, because I think original DeepSeek is 320 billion parameters, but you can compress it by training a smaller model to pretend to be DeepSeek. And the smaller models, they retain a lot of the... They actually get better if you fine-tune them to a larger model.
I'm actually looking for an AI that can create PowerPoint presentations. Do you know any by any chance?
That's an interesting question. I think there are some text formats for presentations, like LaTeX. You can ask an AI to write a LaTeX presentation for you. And I think there are more. Maybe some of those. Yeah. Markdown is the favorite format for most AIs. They are the most proficient at generating Markdown text. So I think converting from a Markdown template into a PPT file, that would probably be the way to go. You can also try... I don't know if this would work. It's possible to run Gemini with kind of keyboard control and mouse control. Or Copilot, I don't know. I never use this. I just heard it's possible. Maybe then they could create presentation directly in PowerPoint. But I would probably go for some text-based format and convert from text to presentation. And this text-based format, it can include images. So Markdown can contain diagrams.
Oh, Awesome. Well, you'll give it a try. Thank you so much.
Yeah, when generating stuff like presentations, one thing that, like, it actually applies to other things like presentations, images, text. So those are the formats where you want to deliver some message, kind of. You have something to say. And it's a lot of work to actually create a nice, communicate the idea. I think as long as the AI has some concrete message to deliver, it's important to just give it in the prompt the message, like, what should this presentation really say? What's the takeaway? And then I think they work nicely. What I mean, maybe in other words, if the point is to create presentation, but there is no kind of message behind it, the AI can hallucinate a boilerplate field presentation or an image that doesn't communicate any, doesn't have any point. So I think as long as the AI is properly set up, as long as you tell it what to say, I think it works nicely. And I don't have any issues with using AI in this form.
Yeah, true.
I'm looking at those flags and I see some crazy stuff like buttons 4, 5, 6, and 7. I thought mouses can have up to 5 buttons. Or maybe they are counting scroll up and down as 2 more buttons. Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
There are actually 7 buttons, mouse.
So there are mouse with even more buttons, but there is a very, this is a subtle thing. So if I list devices on my system, you can see that my mouse, actually, this is my mouse. It actually registers 5 different devices in the system. It registers 2 different mice and 3 different keyboards. Which is actually concerning. The mouse shouldn't do this. Mouse probably shouldn't register keyboards. So there is a reason for this to happen, but the thing is that mice, the old mice that Microsoft has designed kind of in the 90s, they are limited to 5 mouse buttons. So if a mouse wants to have more than that, a mouse can emulate a USB hub, and that virtual USB hub inside the mouse has a mouse plugged in and a virtual keyboard. So some of the mouse buttons are mapped to this virtual keyboard. And in the system, the mouse can then appear as multiple devices. It actually appears as a USB hub. And you can see that my keyboard also does the same thing. It has, again, 5 instances of my keyboard. So this is my Ultimate Gadget Laboratories UHK. This is my keyboard. And this is because my keyboard has a mouse mode. So I can emulate mouse movement by pressing keyboard keys. And this is actually using this virtual mouse. And there is a virtual USB hub inside the keyboard that's pretending to be those multiple devices.
Mouse inside mouse.
Yeah, hardware manufacturers are abusing this to create fancier devices. And it's cool, it works. And it actually gives you a very fine control, because from the app perspective, the app can actually tell which mouse is actually moving the cursor at each point. So is it being moved by the physical mouse or the keyboard, which is pretending to be the mouse? So they are all attached to this top-level master pointer. It's very similar in Windows. In Windows, it's basically the same. You just don't have tools to inspect this. So yeah, you can even have mouse with the NMO mice, the ones with have 20 keys on the side, and they use this trick. This is problematic. I want to block one event. I don't want to grab the whole device. Some header. There is a guy who has a blog about this stuff. You can find him. Uti, yeah, this guy. This is this blog. This is the actual documentation for the whole input system on Linux. All of those documents, they are just, say, the initial design goals, but what he does, I think he's probably working for some company like Red Hat. I would shoot for Red Hat. I'm not actually sure where he's working at, but he's maintaining the Linux input device subsystem. The best thing that he does, for which he deserves a lot of credit, is he's documenting a lot of things that he's doing, a lot of his discoveries and things that he's changing on his blog. So if we look for xi2 row, we will see a bunch of blog posts that he has that describe how to do stuff on Linux. They are much more... The language here is also much easier to understand because it's not so... It doesn't use riddles like the specifications like to do. It tries to speak plainly. If you want to do this, this is how you do it. So let's check if we can block events. this device event. Okay. And this is a massive file with all of the X input functions and data structures. I think the best way is to look for some keywords here. Evaluator masks. This is for reading stuff from events. Not looking great. There is a workaround for this. The workaround is that I will just register a row event.
Ace 9, 772 says.
Is this the input layer even further down than Z11 and Wayland?
Actually, the input layer is... Now it is shared across X11 and Wayland. They are using... So actually, this is a good place to be, because libinput, this is the new library which generalizes input across Wayland and X. And Kuti, Peter Hatterer, he's maintaining libinput. He's the person responsible for it. I'm not a huge fan of what's happening on the Linux desktop, but no. I feel like X protocols could be easily extended to keep working in the current day without breaking the backwards compatibility. Anyway, so most modern apps will use libinput to process their input. Games and so on. Libinput gives you very good latency. It connects directly to the either Wayland compositor or the device drivers in the dev directory. However, I'm not using libinput because I think libinput, I don't remember, it probably doesn't expose things like hotkeys or global input injection, this kind of stuff. So I'm using the X protocol instead. Okay, so instead of king grabs,
URL.
yeah. I am actually becoming a little bit more hopeful about Wayland. So when I was initially learning about Wayland, for instance, there was this part about Wayland that it's using dbus heavily for a thing called portals. So in Wayland, it's a way for apps to request permissions to different sensitive system functions. I really don't like this because one of the nice things about desktop is that the apps can connect and do stuff together. There is this interoperability, and portals, they break it. It's basically impossible for different apps to work together to do something for the user. Even if the user wants it, stupid things like shortcuts, they are not supported by Wayland. So if you have, for example, OBS, and OBS is running in background, on Wayland you don't have global shortcuts. You cannot have a key that will do something in other app. You need to switch to the other app, press the key, and then switch back. It's a disaster. It's a real disaster. But now I see that it's not really a problem which cannot be worked around. Because there is this because there is this dbus between all of those apps, and every app can connect to dbus, in principle it's still possible for them to interoperate using this dbus protocol, those new dbus protocols, which still have not been designed. And there's even a website. Not this one, maybe this one, not this one. There's another website which documents all of the Wayland protocols with their implementation status. I don't see it here. A good website, actually. Anyway, I think we will change how hotkey works. This is the only way to make this not break stuff. I'm still going to have key grabber. Let me see, what happens if I press the shortcut button? Okay, this is done with a regular caret. Okay, that's nice. So in Automat, keyboards has like 4 different ways of delivering input events. Ignore them. I don't want key grabs. I want grabs. Okay, there is a difference between key grab and a grab. This is the function. Override to release it. And instead of key grab, there will be a keyboard grab. So the downside of this is that now the hotkey is going to receive a ton of events, a lot of events. Should be fine. Grabber key down has to be changed to something else. Is the right signature? Keyboard grabber. Or grab the key down. UI keyboard and UI key. The name. And definition. Ah. Oh, I need to save this file. Let's see. Okay, the difference is that here I need to compare the key now. Easy. I'm just checking if the right key and then ignoring it if it's not the right. There should be some errors here, I think, in this class, because I'm not... Yeah, exactly. Check other things. You also need to check the modifiers manually. Control. We should be able to do request grab. Oh, it probably gets a lambda to check if the grab was successful. I don't think I need any of those. So now, Automat hotkeys, they work differently. They will receive all events and the original app will I can still receive events, but when I'm in Z now, that was strange. Terminal doesn't work in Z now for some reason. No keys are working in Z. Oh yeah, because keyboard grab, yes, it just grabs everything. So yeah, no events are being delivered, and this is active. Yeah, that was a mistake. It should be keylogging. This is what I wanted. And here we will do how do I request logging? have this function called begin logging that we could probably use. It's the only example where this method is being called. It's probably also how we should do it in our hotkey. So here we need to pass this. And then we need to pass a pointer to our pointer. Those will be empty.
We'll be making coffee. And
And to stop, I just need to call keylogging dash release. This could work. Okay, it seems to activate the hotkey, and when I'm in Z, yeah, I can press space. So Automat receives the hotkey. Z also receives the hotkey, which is not ideal, but it works. And now this glitch is gone. I can press space and Z doesn't blink. Amazing. So what do I need to fix? This XCB window I definitely need to submit, because this is something that would crash Automat. I don't know how it even worked. I was showing this on stream many times. This had no right to work, but it worked. Okay, that was one. I need this wipe here. Extension helper can be submitted. Yeah, this is also important. Oh, this is a fun bug. I noticed it when I accidentally executed Automat under debugger. It immediately complained. Again, I have no idea how this wasn't caught before. I've been, setting this shader value totally wrong. Those are things related to system tray. Don't care. Oh, I can submit the changes to the hotkey. This is another interesting thing, possibly problematic. I was trying to optimize how we get the keys from Linux, because on every key event I was sending a request to the X server to get the key. And now I'm actually tracking the keyboard state and keymap state. Maybe this could be cleaned up someday. It works, it definitely works. It's more efficient now. But if you change keymaps while Automat is running, it will have issues. Let's see what I change. How do we do this on Windows? Yeah, on Windows on Windows hotkeys are totally different. On Windows hotkeys are point in time event. They don't have start and end. So on Windows hotkeys are also blocked. Maybe this will stay as a key grabber. Maybe I should have a separate object like this one that would react to keys being pressed. I'm not sure. I'm not sure this is a good change. Yeah, I think I will revert this. I think we need another object for reacting to keys like that. Maybe this could work. This is much more lower level. Yeah. I will try to do this. I will try to turn this key into a keylogger, and this is going to remain as this hotkey thingy. It's also an interesting system. This is more like key grabs, because it temporarily, I think, temporarily brings a window to the foreground. I kind of prefer how Windows implements some of the desktop functions, because it gives app control, much more fine control. So my plan was to go to key presser, and let's implement UI keylogger. So this key presser, it should continuously be active, since it's created till it's stopped. Now I need to find the distractor.
In case it helps, DWM is an entire window manager written in a few thousand lines of code. Maybe there's something useful there.
Yeah. This is actually one of the advantages of X over other systems, because in X you can have a window manager that's totally separate from like the X server, the device drivers, from the compositor, from the... Is window manager responsible for window decorations? I think it is. So it probably is doing decorations, but the status bar is probably a separate app. So X allows extreme modularity of apps. And it was so cool. Of apps, extreme modularity of your desktop. I wanted to implement those functions. Yeah, I remember. Okay, now every key object will act as a notifier. So this key-shaped object with a finger on it is now going to monitor the keyboard and possibly send events to other things in Automat. And it's not going to be a... Did it fail? Okay. Let's try debug version. Oh, I think I know. This widget, sometimes it's empty. Ignore this. It should be if parent. Okay, we can stop this. Would work now. Okay, now each of those objects, you cannot see, but it is monitoring my keyboard. It just printed that I pressed space, and it's even monitoring events when other windows are active. Can I delete this? Ah. Still active. That's not good.
Security researchers are not impressed.
I think object deletion is kind of broken. I would have hoped that this function will be called. I think I know why this would be happening. I'm never calling this track, probably because this is a hybrid object, a widget and an object. I need to convert it into a different thing. Owner. Okay, this is a bigger change. I'm glad this is not a complex object. Current owner can be moved here. everything else stays as is. Function. The button. This. Okay, the constructor no longer going to need this parent. Let's assign to this object. Where is this class defined? Here. We don't need it here.
CP Chica says,
Hello.
Hey,
Asnan 189,072 says,
TP Chica, hello, ...
CP Chica says,
Asnin 189. 772. Oh, oh.
all of those shape function has to be moved.
Suggestion for TSS username pronunciation Python doubt at Anisilicious capital North.
Yeah, I think actually that sounds like a nice idea. This could be part of the UI. So like here, you would be able to say username pronunciation. Let me record this. I think I had more tasks here. Anyway. Children. Put this here. Release caret. Yep. Drag and click action moved up.
Asna 189,772 says,
I am a web developer.
It thanks to Claude. Gemini can sometimes if you ask the question in the right way, instead of answering it directly, it will generate a website for you.
CP Chica says,
I am kernel developer, not thinking that to AI at what.
Asnan 189,072 says,
I leave Z11 and Wayland input handling to browser engineers.
However, in a browser, you cannot do this. Like, none of the stuff that we are doing is possible in a browser. You cannot really install global shortcuts, and you cannot listen for keys when your app is in the background. Maybe in Node.js you could, but Node.js is it's a different beast.
CP Chica says,
Browser is black box of modern day and age.
Yeah. It's even higher.
Asna 189,772 says,
As of now, wait until the committee adds the web AP for this.
This could happen.
We'll soon be writing window managers in TypeScript.
CP Chica says,
I don't want to read another RFC that I will have to implement into NGOs.
Oh, actually, GNOME. Large part of this environment are implemented in JavaScript. So this thing here, yeah, GNOME is mostly JavaScript. The GNOME shell.
Windows installer is React app.
Asna 189,072 says,
CP Chica. But I think web APIs are separate from the JS engine.
CP Chica says,
As in 189,072. Not all LT are to your.
Asna 189.
GNOME uses the SpiderMonkey JS engine. I've seen a few extension source codes.
Yeah, but I remember it was not an extension, it was a built-in feature. You would press a key and a console would pop up and it would give you access to the GNOME shell JavaScript of context. Maybe Gemini, you know. Maybe that was Looking Glass.
Alt F2.
Yeah, Alt F2 is not doing this for me. It's not it. No. Okay, you can see the staple JavaScript responses, but I'm not sure if this GJS, whether it's connected to the... Yeah, it doesn't seem to be connected. Maybe I don't have those extras. I don't know. Okay, apparently it's an extension. I don't know. Okay. This is a distraction. But GNOME Shell is in JavaScript, and GNOME Shell extensions are... they can be toggled from a web even. It's actually synchronized with a web browser.
Everything is web Toidu now.
But actually GNOME Shell is doing this nicely because it doesn't bundle the whole web browser. It's just the JavaScript engine, or, scriptability and, predictability and not crashing. And it's very good at that. They also used CSS for some time. I don't know if it's still the case. You could style stuff. I think you still can. I think the window themes, the, borders and everything, I think this is all done in CSS. But again, it's not a full web browser. They just took the CSS engine and they use it to succinctly define window themes. And this is the right way to do it. They're basically taking the language that everybody knows, and they are taking a very minimal implementation, which is fast, efficient, and doesn't bloat the system. So I really like their approach sometimes when it works.
GNOME, I think, is impractical sometimes. For example, they refused to implement a system tray because there was no agreed upon standard for it. But I feel
Yeah.
it's the job of the desktop environment to abstract away these inconveniences for us and give users what they need.
Yeah. GNOME removed a couple of very important things. They also removed tooltips from the interface. They made the decision that tooltips, they do not work on tablets, and therefore the desktop environment should avoid tooltips. So here you can see in Chrome, I have lots of tooltips everywhere I can point. Tooltips appear to help me. They basically tell me what will happen if I click something.
Grady does a good job at this, but they take it too far by breaking everything every few releases.
Key presser find action. This method should not be here. It's find action. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Should be part of the widget.
How does Chrome have tooltips if GNOME doesn't support it?
Oh, I mean the shell. They decided not to have tooltips in the shell. So this is here. You cannot see everything because I have multiple desktops. But there's something like a tooltip here. Anyway, I remember that the extension authors have complained about lack of the ability to display tooltips in the interface. Time to override. Time to start fixing those bugs. I think I moved all of the functions down. Release. Is this? Yeah, they are all moved. Ratio. I think if it's possible to define something in line, it should be defined in line. Okay, this now works. Hmm. Okay. Not the most efficient, but should be fine. Set key. Okay, is this going to compile now? We just changed it a lot to decouple the object from its widget class, which is actually on our roadmap. It's one of those here. Patient widget anymore? It still is a widget. Shouldn't be green. Hot. No, key presser. I just fixed key presser. Go to the prototypes, delete this. And override this. Another error. Okay, and we have a crash. This is happening in here, okay. Apparently there is a root widget. Doesn't have a window. Destroying key presser. Yes, distractors are now properly cool. That was a lot of work. And that thingy now receives all of the key events. Be a slight overkill, but whatever. Yeah. Nice. Now we have a new kind of hotkey mechanism. This key presser is doing this. Let's add a connection, I guess, so that we can see the cable lighting up. And it's being activated. I don't remember how to add connections. What object has connections?
TP Chica says,
I have noticed that your Rumpy module does not detect Present Visual Studio installs.
Yeah, true. This is something that's missing. If you're very lucky and you have just the right version of Visual Studio instead of just the right path, it's going to be reused. But otherwise, no, not really. I think it should be possible. Visual Studio has some fairly well-defined path structure, so I think just checking this path should be possible to find existing Visual Studio installations. But it opens, it's a Pandora's box. it opens some potential issues.
Very yieldy defined path structure and different install locations for each version.
But I remember there is some kind of shell script that you have to run this, and this shell script prints a bunch of environment variables that you have to set. It's a very weird interface, but it kind of works. And because of this weird structure, they can support old and they can provide backwards and forwards compatibility because they have this script that prints all of the important shell variables. And I actually think that could be somewhere here. Yeah, that's none of those. Somewhere here, or actually no, I'm not invoking this script myself because it was super slow. I hard-coded some paths. Oh yeah, this one. VC vars all, but so you have to run this, and it's going to print all of the important environment variables that you need to compile stuff. And this is one of those things that I mean when I say that there is no good C++ environment, period, out there. Because whenever you want to set up a new project, you need to go through this crap. Like, okay, apparently this is how I configure compiler flags. You just need to run VC vars all, specify architecture, version of I don't know what, Visual Studio. Amazing. So I will mark this before on run. Yeah, this is what happened. Yeah, wrong things are happening here. I think I messed up the cable anchors. Definitely messed them up. Oh well. Hmm. So now our keys. This is totally broken, but okay. They should not have, from the design perspective, they should not have cables hanging below. This is just... yeah, this is just awful. But when I press F, it now lights up. And this light up effect doesn't stop the key from working in other apps. And doesn't cause any weird glitches. So we're using a different way to intercept events. We are using raw events here. This also means that hotkey, I will revert this change. Hotkey is going to keep using the fancy way to get intercept hotkeys. Just see if everything's right here. Yeah, I can revert it. Maybe. So this key presser doesn't really have a context menu. Interesting. Because I think I could actually add an option to the context menu to start monitoring this key. So we wouldn't show the connection by default, only when the monitoring is kind of enabled. But I think the current state can be submitted. See what widgets have custom options. Window is a good example. I was going to play some Noita today, but we are a little bit stuck fixing some base issues at the, let's say, foundations of Automat. But I like the direction where this is taking us, because now the key presser is becoming more... it has more utility now. It can not only press the keys, but it can also react to keys being pressed. Yes, we have these visit options. Now we should have a menu when we right click. Yep. That was actually a nice improvement. I remember this menu never used to work. It was just a single line thick. Not. Maybe if I press on the hand, it causes a problem. Here it works. Okay, let's restart. Try again. It crashed just a moment ago. Okay, so what I need is I need visit options. prefer both, but it's the way to do it.
As 989,072 says,
Is this C23 notation? The double colons?
And this is very ancient C++. This is one of the oldest elements of the language. This is for namespaces. It's a namespace separator. It's typically used before std or some short namespace name. And also before between class names and member names. And it's just like here. It's a very weird.
CP Chica says,
So my fiancé got me a new phone for Christmas, and just now I have realized that €150 instrument for U-Buy keys was worth it.
So the phone already stopped working, or this is the one situation where I imagine B keys to be very valuable, preventing lockouts. Change the constructor.
I don't have to manually type 32 to 256 char passwords.
Oh, that as well. It's crazy that just touching this is enough to log you in. Okay, this should be not active. I should be able to do start monitoring, and now it's active. Stop monitoring, and it's no longer active. Ooh. This is a kind of hidden option, I understand. We will come up with a better design for this monitoring thingy.
You want password? No, use passkey instead.
So this is a very, I think this is the only object, this key presser, which is going to conditionally enable a connection.
And then funny enough, Google was only thing giving me some trouble while signing in with hardware passkey.
This connection doesn't disappear.
I guess some parts of phone setup steps don't fully support passwordless singing signon.
And there is... I used to work on this at Google. And there is one place where when you perform a very sensitive action, the server wants you to kind of re-authenticate. When you do some things in Gmail, this can happen when you open Google Passwords and you request a password. This is also when you get a re-authentication request.
So you are responsible. Now I know why I left it.
This is actually a point of the design that was highly debated, this re-authentication. There are maybe better designs for this, some sort of continuous monitoring of, because there are some things that the attacker, if somebody compromises your account, there are just some things they will do straight away. They will first go to your Gmail and search for sensitive material, like nudes, like some pictures of you, your passwords, stuff that you have saved in Gmail, your contacts, of course, passwords.google.com. And this is why whenever you go to passwords.google.com, before you see a password, there is a request to re-authenticate, because it's just how often this happens. And this helps with cookie theft. So cookie theft is a type of compromise that can affect you without you knowing. So somebody can even be unaware of your password and they can still compromise your account. For example, a malicious web browser extension would do this.
So on Gmail, you have OnlyFans that at least get some money of them.
Yeah. That's how it works. That's how it works. It's actually one of the... Okay, I shouldn't probably say too much stuff. But yeah, people do this and attackers look for this. Okay. Start monitoring, stop monitoring. Looks good. Okay, this is it. This is one of the things that was bugging me in Noita. So actually, time to fire it up. Up the window.
Asnan 189,072 says,
As a web application, I do not think it is too difficult to replicate OnlyFans. So I wonder why it has so much of an advantage. First player.
network effects, maybe. I'm slightly surprised that, yeah, it really wants to display itself in 16:9 aspect ratio.
CP Chica says,
A premium content lockout would be pretty hard to replicate. I should probably not say how I know that.
Asnin 189,072 says,
CP Chica, interesting. I should sign up for an account. Just for intellectual purposes, of course.
Okay, so I can do some exploits in Noita, but this will require better setup. Stop the music, I guess. Noita has some built-in, I think. So Noita, you may not be aware, but this is mostly a kind of like a programming game. It's a reflex-based game where you fight. However, you can craft wands out of spells, and the point of the game is to collect powerful enough wands and the right spell combination. Basically, break the game simulation. The game is very simulation-oriented. So you can totally destroy this game if you know how to abuse its kind of engine. It's usually some ones here. They say that this game, killing the final boss is the end of the tutorial, and I still haven't been able to kill him. So I still haven't finished the tutorial technically.
CP Chica says,
I think I will ditch my rumpy module for my logic simulator. I just don't want to deal with weird predefined install paths from some libs.
There's nothing wrong with custom implementation. I'm actually thinking about having a custom dbus implementation, dbus client. Because the client that I'm using right now has this LGPL license, which could cause problems for other people, and yeah.
In looking at Mimalog specifically.
biggest source of damage in this game is actually setting yourself on fire. Still, I cannot go through that. Or maybe I can.
It does get installed to prefix malloc, but rather prefix malloc.
What is the build system that they are using? Because usually it's possible to override this path. This should be called something like libdir. Something like libdir.
Connect.e.
This game has insane amounts of blood, and blood is actually great, because as long as you're covered in blood, you have increased chance of critical hits. I hear a guy with a shotgun.
And also Shadika from Google vendors their own malloc.
Mimalok. This is actually first time I hear of Mimalok. What does Mimalok do? This is actually nice. So for concurrent environments, some sort of the ability to free memory from another thread is very, very nice to have. Okay, cool. Wow. Respectable. What people usually cared about the most is probably the last point. It's fast. And I guess it's also multi-threaded. I don't see this in the features list. I guess multi-threading comes by default for allocators. Yeah, this is a reasonable testing platform. 16-core desktop CPU. I suppose this is some performance of some application. Uses memory. I feel like stuff like Redis, those are like low-level apps that are probably using... They are probably avoiding allocations altogether by design. They are probably using some internal arenas or something like that. Okay, let's see. Where's the legend? Semi. I don't know. Ing is the MI. For synthetic benchmarks. Synthetic benchmarks could actually be reasonable for... Okay. Let's compare it with TC and J. For those three. Sage bench. Okay, that one is interesting.
Also, it's easier to build custom memory tracker around Memalloc, because you can rewrap it as you need it without too much of hassle.
You can, LD preload your own malloc, right? So this can even be done at runtime. It can be done by an external library even. This is all time. And Mimalog, this is the second column. It's doing excellent. The default one, glibc, this is what we are using in Automat right now. It's... I'm actually surprised there are such a big differences in app runtime. Okay, this is a slightly more exotic platform, but you can see this at corporations. The workstations usually have Xeons. Oh, XMI is probably some version of my locate. Which one is the worst? The pink one. Pink one is really bad, and the green one. So this is EBB. Intel thread building blocks allocator. Interesting. And this olive one is also consistently bad. The mesh allocator. Okay, but memory compacting, it's probably like reallocating stuff in memory or doing some clever stuff to and reallocate. But it's probably doing some clever stuff to increase the memory layout. Yeah, it's trying to compress stuff.
We need computer. Give me memory use size p-tismuch function dot dash.
I am against all dynamic memory allocations. Unless your program really works with data that has variable size, you can find the memory bounds that you will need and let's put everything in global memory. Allocation is free. Quick workings. What's that? This is the memory usage.
Incoming from kernel land, we abuse stack allocations.
Oh yeah, yeah. I once wrote a tiny library. I posted this to Reddit, and like the biggest comments were about, hey, you are using VLAs, so those are the variable size arrays on stack. Do not do this. This will run out of stack, and it's stack is not too big, but it's okay to allocate a couple, megabytes out of this. I actually don't know what's the default size. I think you get something like 8 megabytes on Linux by default.
Eight MB on 64-bit machines.
Actually, this example is where I would expect mesh to shine.
MIBs to be technically correct.
Probably slightly less because I don't know if you know what's at the base of the stack. There is actually some fun data there. So you have environment variables there, just in memory. At the bottom of the stack there is a block with environment data and some structs which are defined by the OS ABI about how the program should be started. Like args, you will also find them at the bottom of the stack. It's a very fun place.
In kernel land, there can be something or nothing.
Oh yeah, yeah. Dangerous place. There are guys with shotguns there. I'm going back. There's nothing for me here. Okay. I'm basically dying. I need to go down. Okay, there is wand. I need wand. And this is a trap. Okay. Such a pain. That should make it safer. One thing about systems in this game is that the fire guys are sensitive to water. Okay, should be good. So this one, this is actually a decent one. It makes it possible to see what's behind the walls. Will be very useful now. Oh, hey, those Nexus. Crap. This is how it goes. I can usually go slightly deeper. Now we get a wand straight away, right below the entrance. Unfortunately, it's just a bomb wand. I think this time I will actually clean the path to the exit first, and then I will explore. I haven't been watching the awards, but actually, give me a sec. I will unmute you. I can hear what you're saying. I haven't been watching the awards, but I played Expedition 33, and I played like 80% of the game, and I still don't know what it is about.
Deus Nexus says,
9 awards for F-33.
Crazy. Shuffle ones are the worst. Okay, let's grab them. I have a mod that allows me to edit ones wherever I want, but actually I don't even have any good spells to play with.
Most of any game ever.
Okay, this is a place where water is actually useful. So water fixes, like, dissolves toxic sludge in this game. I can drop a bomb here. Yeah, I can safely grab the wand. This one seems to do something interesting.
And then they dropped free DLC.
I'm actually surprised. The game is very cinematic, right? But it uses the music and those effects in a way which I don't like. It is... To me, it is kind of manipulative. Kind of the usage of music in that game. It sounds weird, but they... I don't see the reason for a lot of the things which are part of the world, you know, the world building in Expedition 33. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Ooh, teleport bolt.
There was the new Divinity trailer by Larian Studios. It was wild.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, like Divinity is a great example. This is a game, like, this is a game that should get awards. Let's grab. There's more mana. That seems slightly better.
They said that new Divinity game will be even more in-depth and bigger than PG-3.
Nice. Oh, there was a pool of blood. Let's use it. Time to bathe. Good. I'm not going to touch it.
I can't wait for it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. it's one of those games where actually using Automat doesn't make sense, because the game kind of, it's just not repetitive. It's interesting, you want to enjoy it.
You can't predict outcomes. You have to either reload or adapt and think on the fly. I like how half of the Gotti lineup is indie.
What? Indie.
Charge more for less. Hell no.
Another one. Tiny orb. What is this?
Did you play Silk Song?
No. I did play Hollow Knight, and I didn't like it. Whiskey. Interesting.
I started playing Nine Souls, which is like Silk Song, but with Sekiro playstyle. If you like hard games, give it a go.
Asnin 89072 says,
This has turned into a gameplay live stream. Haha.
Not for long. So there is actually a boss on this very first level, which is... What is that? This is the first time I see this guy.
Thalos Nexus says,
Ooh. Did you see Australia looking at making users give their ID to use Google and banning VPN use .pro?
Asnin 189,072 says.
Math is locked into the game.
TTS Nexus says.
Banning VPN. Good luck.
I guess China bans it. I think it's possible, but it's just hard. People can configure this properly. Interesting.
China has all this gov-controlled superstate, and they still get VPN leakage.
Yep.
Asnin 189,072 says.
P.S. Don't turn this into a fed honeypot.
There's some of those black holes, and oh, I got black holes. I know how to use them. So there is a place where I can get very, very nice spells.
I am interested in software, not surveillance.
Brave. Perfect. Wow. I'm getting everything I want. I was looking for this Berserkium. There's an exploit in another boss that I could use, and I guess we will use Automat to actually abuse that boss. Moxium. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I was going this way. So this game doesn't have only kind of descending down, it also has an element where you go up. It's the wrong one.
TTS Nexus says.
And that's why it all happens.
Asnin 189,072 says.
And there was an entrance somewhere here. Or maybe not.
Dice Nexus says.
I had no idea you could go there.
There is a group of very annoying enemies.
As 989, 772 says.
Final boss is C macros.
Whole tree is covered in acid now.
Dice Nexus says.
Did you play any of the Divinity games before?
Yeah, and my favorite part was that you can play them locally. Like this side screen co-op. This is amazing.
They were testing the waters for BG3 with that.
The one is too weak for this spell. Almost. So close. Oh yeah, I got one of the notes. Nice.
As 989,072 says.
Dice Nexus, are you and Nexify Dev the same?
Dice Nexus says.
Speaking of deranged wizards, Eggs gives away free Hogwarts Legacy.
Nice. You don't have any good ones. Okay. They are all shuffle.
As in 89,1772, never met the guy. T.
Do this. 35.
Do you think Divinity will return to turn-based combat like in previous games? Or will they try to pull of something like KCD too?
Oh crap. They are definitely turn-based, like the whole Baldur's Gate was turn-based. In the previous game I also remember them being turn-based. Maybe. I'm not sure, actually. This turn-based works nicely. It's very fun to exploit the nuances of the game engine.
Asna 189, 772 says,
Have you played Zero before?
Yeah, it was something like Age of Empires, I think. Yeah. If I remember correctly. It's open source. Oh, that's unique. Okay, this is the place.
Diox Nexus says,
What's the best game you played this year?
I have to think about this. Let me check my Steam. Maybe it wasn't on Steam. I had some decent games on GOG. Not sure, honestly. Nothing really comes to mind. I have a couple of games. KCD2 probably. Yeah. That was the most interesting simulation, probably. It's very good. It has everything I like about okay, this is good. Can I make a better one? I get rid of this. Will this always shoot? Okay, I will be right back. Now, this is going to be a proper exploit. So, Noita has this mechanism, maybe here, where normally when you fire a wand, you have this recharge time that you have to wait for after firing. But if you swap the wand, the next one, and go back, you can avoid it. So I can essentially select a wand based on the mana charge speed, because I think mana charge is going to be the limiting factor. Actually, this one looks decent. And to make this consistent, I will always fire one spell. Okay. So here I can set up, for example, a macro that will start monitoring space. So now when I press space, I can send an event somewhere. I want to options, input, controls. I want to maybe use this mouse 4 and mouse 5 to scroll through two items. So this is going to reset the recharge timer on the wand. When I press space, it's going to press this button and then this other. Like that. And then it's going to fire by pressing the left mouse button. I should probably have better objects, because creating one for press, one for release is kind of annoying. Okay, let's see if this works. So now when I press space, it shoots. And now I should be able to shoot 3 times faster. It's just this cast delay problem. 0.17. We'll do this. We'll create this thingy that can switch other objects on and off. And I will hook it up to a timer. Set it for and we will have a loop here.
People could use this to automate grind for runes in Elden Ring Dwatch Glow.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how fast can I fire this. I can probably lower the delay. Let's try 400 milliseconds. Before I start hitting mana issues. 300? Still works. The mana is decreasing, but maybe...
Making my shinnigan time.
I think there will be a limit, because I need to do some math. So this wand has 0.8 and a spell has plus 7. So this is probably the fastest I can shoot spells. If I lower this even like a single millisecond, I think I will start hitting cast delay issues. So this has to be slightly higher than 150. Yeah, but it's good, it's decent. And there is also the music note. Music note. Unfortunately, I don't have spells to exploit it, but it can be empowered as well. Okay. It's possible that all of the preparation is going to be destroyed right now, because I need to bring the boss.
Do you like fighting games?
I think that was... Oops. Yeah. This is what happens. But hey, we actually have a pretty decent one still. That one has longer. Let's calculate how much time do we need. It will be 0.4. Yeah, but I can still use Automat to fire this. So much acid. So I can fire slightly faster using this exploit, because I don't need to wait for the recharge time. It's not a big difference, really.
Fighting games are fun.
Oh crap. Is this Berserkium? No, this is whiskey. I could just go to the next biome, but... Okay, I will. In the next biome, things should accelerate. I just need to get more cash.
Are you playing with dev tools?
I do have a mod called Wand Lab, Spell Lab, and that allows me to customize wands at any time I want.
So cheating.
Yeah, like as if using Automat wasn't cheating enough. I'm also using a mod. Okay, that was a very dangerous place to come to. And there is nothing valuable here.
You just want everything to be handed to you on a silver platter, don't you?
That would be nice.
Would retire then, and...
I need to increase this by, I don't know, maybe 1 frame, 120, because it sometimes doesn't shoot. Collapsed mines. Okay, I want that health. Where was it? Here maybe? So close.
Math casually peeing on fire.
This is all I came here for. There should be next. Going to drop any gold? Yeah, apparently frogs carry gold.
CP Chica says,
I'm starting to like Helium Browser. Also is Edge only browser, having ability to split tabs into same window.
I actually think I've seen this on Chrome. It was a very recent addition. Yeah, I think Chrome recently got this as well.
TTS-ed says,
Oh, I forgot to mention. I beat Dark Souls 3 not too long ago.
Okay, I have 1 HP. This is not worth it. To go away. I can barely afford this wand. A little bit useless though.
The input buffer was insane.
Yeah, this is how Souls games work. They always do this. Hey, this is a nice wand, actually. And this one is even better. Or is it? It has a very low cast delay, so I could abuse this a lot. It's just shuffle.
Sekiro didn't do it, I think. Also, you could jump, even before Elden Ring came out.
I'm getting the crap you want. Because it's not going to be so crappy.
Demon Souls the only game where you can jump over ledges. From Software really did forget how to jump right.
Oh, it's casting 3 spells per cast. This is actually nice.
As 989, 7072 says,
Okay, bye, Math and Chat. I'm gonna work on my stuff now. Catch you on Wednesday.
Yep. See you around. You can see that this wand actually has a 2-second recharge rate, but we are abusing it. Lower this to basically nothing. This is draining quite a lot of mana. I'm not sure if it's actually safe. It's not safe. It's not safe at all. Okay, I need to disable this fire trail.
TTS Nexus says,
Can you make a spell where it turns you into a duck?
Yep. It's a feature.
I know. That's why I want you to do it.
Okay, another biome. I guess the right way to play this is to immediately find a way down. What was that? This is a strange wall. What's behind it? It's a skull vine. How am I going to get in? Okay, there is a wand. Shuffle no, and it has double spell. Oh yeah. Okay. Good spells finally.
It reminds me of me and my Americanese friend playing BG3 together. I threw a fork at a gnome. Also, I would just turn into a cat. I was druid.
Okay, this one is using too much mana, unfortunately. How can they do this? They jump out of darkness, shoot me in the face. Now I don't even have water. There was a wand there, I wanted. How did it end up here? This one has a very high charge speed. Okay, this is the best spell to kill yourself. Poison Arc. There is friendly fire. Almost always in Noita there is friendly fire. It charges mana 10 times faster, and mana I think is my main limiting factor. It says recharging. Casting this. And one more spell maybe. Yep. Chest. I cover myself with whiskey? Yes, I can. Another good one. Decent recharge speed.
Math gaming stream.
Okay, so maybe the whole point with this is to bring this spellcasting speed really low, and this one has cast delay negative 0.20. So, and it's a no shuffle, so a very high control over this one. I could potentially put something like this on this wand.
This stream is sponsored by Gamer Subsplice.
This is a better speed. Even better.
Sounds like a Moshinigan.
Okay, I will try every single frame. Every, say, 17. Okay, no, this is too much. It's too much. Let's try 30. Okay, okay, that works. So on every frame we are, not every frame, every other frame we are sending weapon swap and weapon fire.
Bind it to MB3M4 so you can do short bursts.
Water, pollen. Long distance cast is nice. If I had long distance cast, I could start using those dangerous modifiers.
Can't you use the mod to whiz up some wands to reality?
Yeah. I'm cheating, but I'm not cheating that much. Okay, I will see what perks do we have. Toxic immunity. I like that. Time to spread some toxic stuff around. Actually wonder, am I immune to poison? I could... like this. Is this poisonous? No. Fires 2 projectile spells. I don't have 2 projectile spells. That's too much. I cannot use this. Okay, this will be useful, definitely. Teleport bolt. Those wands are actually kind of bad. Recharge time hurts. Uses a bit too much mana. It's too bad this... I don't like shuffle ones. They are the worst. Okay, I will use this spell. This looks cool. Cast us at distance. It's not using any mana, so I can use it. And it's reducing cast delay. Oh. Yeah, but cast delay is already at 0. It's fine. Regular magic bolt. I'm starting every level by finding a way down. No, 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 no. Okay. That new wand is carrying me here. So how it should have looked like. Oh, another wand. Modifiers. Shuffle, yes. Have new ways of digging. Okay, that was nice. I think there is one more thing we could do very cheaply in Automat that would make this macro easier. So I'm surprised that this kind of works. It was fairly stable even at very low latencies. The one thing I would like to do is I need separate objects for mouse press and mouse release. I want to change that. I want those objects to do both at the same time.
I just saw my neighbor just get real nasty with a woman. Basically physical assault.
Doesn't sound good. Yeah, it's a tough situation. I once had a neighbor who was kind of... Yeah, we've been kind of considering calling police, but they never kind of...
Won't come to calling police, right through.
Yeah, they never went far enough for us to do that. Okay, I want to do this. I want to make those objects clickable. I want them to click the mouse buttons, essentially. Enough Noita for a second, and we will actually resume Noita in a moment. I just want to get the mouse in order. Yeah, so in my case with, it was long ago. I had this neighbor who was, he was shouting at his kid and his wife a lot. Like, stuff has been happening there. And the good thing that happened was that his wife eventually decided to divorce him, and he went away. So that was the resolution of the problem. Actually forced him to move away. Are those objects called mouse button pressers? And they have on run I can just do this. I think this will break some other things. Also args that I would need here. Args should come after clone. So now I converted the mouse button presser to send these events, like send down and up events. Yeah. Could actually keep Noita running in the background. Okay, if I start it, it should switch to Z. Or not? Oh yeah, it's... I don't know. Should press the mouse button. Okay, it did. It worked. Oh, I know. It's because of this long running. I think instead of long running, it should be on off. It's a slightly different related interface. Yep. I think this will break macro recorder and timeline. I think timeline will now have issues playing back sequences of events. I hook this up like here. That should click. Yep, that worked. I'm just not sure if macros will work. Let's try playing this back. I knew it. Who is this unknown type? It's literally... Okay, whatever. Actually, I know why. This is because this is the basest of base classes. We need forward declarations here. I can actually do this slightly better. Actually, I don't need to check this. It would actually be even nicer. Okay. And I guess I need to implement this on off. Does clicking still work?
Well, I wasn't expecting to witness domestic abuse today.
Okay, clicking works. Seems like it can be activated and deactivated when I do run. Okay, when I do run, it's a very short click. But now the macro, it should be possible to simplify it. It should be possible to just have 3 objects now. Instead of 6. Cleaner. I guess that's cleaner. Time for another Noita test.
Well, that's a nostalgic song, ain't you, Rain?
Oh, I need to do this start monitoring and connect it. Okay. Yeah, we need 230 milliseconds. Make it 250. So this is normal shooting speed, and this is with the glitch. Maybe I could shorten this by something like this. Come on. 230. Yeah, but sometimes it's the issue. Safety margin. I consumed that dynamite. Go away, go away. This is an interesting spell. I have no idea how to use it. Return. It's a short spell that you cast, and it basically brings you back immediately where you cast it. Crap, crap, crap. Go away. I will chase you. Or not. No. Leave me alone. Yes, survived it. Okay, I have almost no money. I have just spells. Okay. Should probably switch to the other wand. Plasma Cutter. Super dangerous spell. Why not? You will have to figure out how to use it. Oh, and I can have more. Luminous drill with timer? Actually, they could be combined. This is good. I always die from explosions and projectiles. Really crappy spells. This is the only way. Maybe here there will be a passage. First, fireballs will run out very fast. Okay, we can use this. Oh, this, and that one was even better. Wait. Really nice if it had more slots. Whatever. This is a much stronger spell. Plasma cutter is OP. It just deletes everything. Oh, wow. Yeah, I heard it's dangerous. Didn't knew it was that dangerous. Okay, this is actually a pretty decent improvement, this macro. So now, because we are not using a hotkey is a operating system level thingy. This is something that... change this to, I don't know, ask. Or F1. So now, when this F1 is active, as long as I'm pressing space, the inputs are actually sent to Automat, not to the foreground app. So I can run left and right, but the moment I press space, input switches to Automat. So hotkey is kind of strange in this way. But this is kind of also how it works on Windows. It actually blocks the original key from being pressed. And we also have those key pressers that now they can actually be used to monitor for events. So I press F1 and this doesn't cause the issues. Goodbye, it's gonna be space. And the second thing is that now we have the new mouse presser objects that can actually press mouse buttons. There was one more thing. It was that when I right now when I press space, it activates this macro. But I only want it to work when I'm inside Noita. So this is a problem. When I'm here and I press space accidentally, it's going to activate the macro. This is another thing that could be fixed. I'm not quite sure how. It would also be nice if the mouse buttons, if they also worked similarly to this mouse presser. Because this mouse presser kind of can function in a couple different modes. You can call it, press the button. You can run it so that it will press and release the button. I mean, you can toggle it on and off and run it. Those are 3 different ways to run it. And it can also generate events itself, like this space. I think it would be nice if the mouse presser also would do this kind of stuff. What do you think about this? Maybe it's possible to kind of unify them a little bit. this will require some more thought. Probably not today. Anyway, I guess that's it for today. Next time we are going to get back to system tray implementation so that I can close Automat and have it constantly running in the system tray without rendering anything on screen. This is just wasteful. Why render where it can work in the background? Okay then, so see you in 2 days. Bye bye.